it off half so it should. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. I got you. I know what you mean.
A little more. The late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg will lie in state today in the nation's Capitol building. The honor is as historic as she was. She will be the first woman to lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda and the first Jewish person ever to do so. Congress will also hold a memorial this morning. Welcome to a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Today continues the national mourning over the late Supreme Court Justice who died last Friday at the age of 87. We will bring you this morning's ceremony live. Among those expected to attend, presidential candidate Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris. Well, joining me to talk about the late Justice Ginsburg, we're joined by national correspondent Philip Bump and Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin. Thank you so much to both of you for being here. Philip, there's been so much talk of politics and what happens next with the seat vacated by Justice Ginsburg, but let's start this morning by talking about her legacy and just the outpouring that we've seen around the country this week remembering her.
Yeah, I mean, Justice Ginsburg was really a unique figure in the history of the Supreme Court, simply by virtue of the fact that she was able to cross over into being this pop culture phenomenon. A lot of that was rooted, obviously, in her background. Her story was one of a person who overcame really remarkable odds, really blazed a trail. I mean, we use that term a lot, but she really did blaze a trail, particularly for women in the judiciary, earned a position on the merits, was seen as one of the foremost scholars of the law in the country, was appointed to the court, and then as a figure on the court was able to establish this sense of herself within the culture more broadly, just being this liberal, this I don't want to say activist, but someone who was very much a stanchion of the liberal side of the bench. And she became this figure that people came to understand. I think if you did a poll of Americans, I can't say that this actually exists. I think if you did a poll of Americans a year ago, how many justices they could name, Ginsburg would probably be the person who was named by the most people. She'd simply reached that level of saturation in American consciousness, which is obviously uncommon for a Supreme Court justice.
Rhonda Colvin, so much can be talked about in terms of the late justice's decisions, cases that she was on the winning side of, but just as much can be talked about regarding her dissents.
Yeah, that's right. If you look at some of the decisions that she came out with and her opinions, a lot of legal scholars and her colleagues always remarked that she felt very strongly about certain situations. One of them was elections. We have an upcoming election, so I think a lot of people are studying her dissents and her remarks on some of our election cases. I spoke with Representative Donna Shalala, a person who is a friend of hers, was a friend of hers for about 40 years when they started as Rutgers University professors, and also at Columbia University. They were also professors there together, and they would have lunch. So she was one member of Congress who knew Ruth Bader Ginsburg fairly well, and I talked to her about those dissents and what she thought that meant for her legacy. Let's take a listen. Oh, I guess we aren't ready for the tape. But one of the things she told me, Representative Shalala, is that specifically the Citizens United decision was one that Ruth Bader Ginsburg felt very strongly about. She was very upset, thinking that a lot of corporations and unions would be able to fuel the elections. And Representative Shalala said she was right, that you are now seeing evidence that that decision has put a lot of money in our elections. Every election we have, you hear that it's one of the most expensive elections, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg sort of forecasted that.
Rhonda, let's listen to that tape, that excerpt of your interview with the Congresswoman.
As she entered the court, unlike the other justices, with a single exception probably of Thurgood Marshall, she went with a huge reputation as a litigator of some of the most important cases in human rights.
What about her thoughts on voting rights and the rights to fair elections?
She was very upset with the financing of campaigns because she thought it would fundamentally change American politics, and she was right.
And I should add that Ruth Bader Ginsburg said that that was one decision, Citizens United, that she wished would be overturned at some point during her tenure. She also, in her dissents on the 2013 decision to take preclearances out of the Voting Rights Act, she mentioned, she had a famous quote that said, it's like taking your umbrella away when you're not getting wet in a rainstorm. And that's indicating that, you know, voter suppression is still happening, whether you think we're past it or not. And of course, right now, with the issues with the Postal Service and talk and rhetoric about our elections not being fair, again, that was a dissent that is sort of prophetic.
Philip Bump, you know, Rhonda brings up such an important point about the legacy of Justice Ginsburg and the role that she played. You know, much has been made and talked about her role in gender equality, also on issues of race, but those are intertwined with issues of voting. You know, talking about the Voting Rights Act and how it affects race in America today and just who's able to vote. That's got to be on the minds of members of Congress as they gather this morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I think that Justice Ginsburg's death at this point really brings to the forefront a number of issues which have sort of been buried a bit by obviously all of the other things that are going on in 2020. There are issues, for example, of healthcare. The reminder that Obamacare is something that's before the court right now. Issues of choice, issues of the ability to get an abortion. Those things, obviously, if there is a new conservative majority on the bench, could be challenged as well. Of course, voting rights. I mean, the twin losses this year of both Representative John Lewis and of Justice Ginsburg serve as a reminder that this is still a fight which is ongoing. We're seeing, of course, a lot of rhetoric right now about ways in which there are allegations of voting improprieties which haven't been substantiated, which of course is a traditional way to try and suppress voting. You know, there are all of these issues that are really highlighted in part because of who Justice Ginsburg was. Justice Ginsburg was one of the more forceful proponents of involving politics in her work, not necessarily on the bench, but she, for example, in 2016 made a statement that was in opposition to President Trump, which he, then candidate Trump, which he seized upon. So he had sort of this feud with her in 2016. Obviously, she left that last message saying that she hoped that whoever won this upcoming election would be the person to appoint her replacement, something which President Trump hasn't indicated his interest in fulfilling. But she was really someone who, because of who she was and the approach she took to the intersection of the judiciary and politics, that was part of the reason that she was the cultural force that she was, and it's part of the reason that right now her loss is so impactful on the election.
Let's talk more about that cultural force and legacy and bring into the conversation Washington Post movie critic Ann Hornaday. Ann, thank you so much for joining us. You've been writing and reflecting on the legacy of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and you point out that in 2018, 2 films came out that talked about the justice's life and career and really solidified her as sort of a pop culture icon, Ann.
Absolutely, Libby. We had a biopic, a kind of conventional biopic called On the Basis of Sex with Felicity Jones and Armie Hammer playing Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her beloved husband, Marty. But the real hit of that year was this documentary called RBG, which, much like its subject, became a phenomenon in and of itself. It opened right around May of that year, and it became kind of a ritual, a rite of passage where lots of moms and grandmothers and daughters and granddaughters would go over Mother's Day weekend, and then throughout that late spring and summer as kind of a ritual. It became a huge, enormous hit based on RBG's popularity. By that time, of course, she had become a meme. They had already started the notorious RBG meme on Tumblr. Kate McKinnon, of course, had created that classic persona on Saturday Night Live. So she had already started to build up that kind of pop culture iconhood.
And I'd like to hear more from you about sort of how seeing someone portrayed in film can sort of change our perspective or broaden our vision of not just the person as, for example, an 87-year-old justice, but the arc of their career, the arc of their life, seeing her portrayed as, a young woman.
Yeah, I mean, I think the great revelation of both the films, but especially RBG, since so many people saw it, was to remind us of that early career. Because I think, it's when you become kind of a pop figure and a popular figure, I think sometimes the edges can be sanded off, and I call it the Rosa Parks syndrome, where you become this kind of defanged, sweet little old lady who's um, refuses to take a seat on the bus, or issues stinging dissents with a lace collar. And I think that sometimes reduces the real bravery and courage and hard work that both those women put into their careers. In Parks's case as an activist, and as in Ginsburg's case as an attorney, and especially starting the Women's Rights Project at the ACLU with Brenda Feigen. I mean, that was, those are the kinds of, that doesn't get made movies about very often. It's usually the great man or sometimes the great woman, but usually it's just one individual, and lots of other people's hard work and movement politics and all sorts of cultural and social forces tend not to make the cut. So we forget how complicated all this is, and how many people it really does take to make a movement and to make social change.
We'll be talking more about that this morning, so please stay with us. Still to come, a ceremony to honor the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg as she lies in state in the U.S. Capitol building. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post of the congressional ceremony this morning that will honor the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I'm Libby Casey. We'll bring that ceremony to you live and uninterrupted. We do expect the casket to arrive at the Capitol in about 20 minutes time. And a reminder, this is as history-making as Ruth Bader Ginsburg herself was, because she will be the first woman to lie in state in the U.S. Capitol building, also the first Jewish person to do so. Our colleague Hannah Jewell is reporting from outside the U.S. Capitol building this morning, and she joins us now. Hannah.
Hi, Libby. I'm here just in front of the east front steps of the U.S. Capitol, which is just across the street from the steps of the Supreme Court, where all week people from all backgrounds, all walks of life have been gathering to pay their respects to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I was there on Wednesday morning when the justice's casket was brought up the steps in a very solemn ceremony. And I was standing among dozens, maybe even hundreds of people, but it was very perfectly quiet, this moment of solemn reverie and remembrance, which stands in stark contrast to what happened yesterday when President Trump came to pay his respects to the justice. Let's listen to what happened. So what you can hear there is a really raucous crowd of those onlookers who had been so quiet in other moments in the week of quietly crying, even gathering and crying, as I've seen throughout the week, turning that anger at the president in a moment when it combines the politics with this memorial. And of course, this week has both these things. This is a death. This is a moment to reflect on the legacy of a long, long life, and a very important life, an impactful life. Politics is never far behind, though, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that today. I'll stay out here and see what I see, and I'll let you know, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell. Well, also joining us today, national correspondent Philip Bump, movie critic Ann Hornaday, and Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin. Philip, we do expect to see former Vice President Joe Biden today, of course, presidential candidate Joe Biden, also Kamala Harris, his running mate. They will be seated in the Capitol Rotunda as Ruth Bader Ginsburg is remembered by members of Congress. Such a different visual than what we saw yesterday when President Trump paid his respects.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to remember that Washington, D.C. is a deeply democratic city, right? I mean, one of the frustrations, I'm sure, for President Trump is that the place where he lives in the middle of Manhattan and the place where he lives now at the White House are both squarely embedded in really, really democratic areas. So, the night after the election in Manhattan, we saw these raucous crowds in the streets under Trump Tower chanting at him. Yesterday, when we saw him emerge on the steps of the Supreme Court, a similar response. One of the things that's remarkable about that too, though, is that this is a president who is very deeply ensconced in a protective bubble of agreement that very rarely goes to events that involve anyone who might be critical of him to his face. So he doesn't have a lot of experience seeing that. We saw, for example, last year at the Washington Nationals game where the crowd booed him when he arrived. So this is not friendly territory. Washington, D.C., as a city that votes very heavily Democratic, is not itself friendly territory for the president. Obviously, it will be friendlier territory for the former vice president when he arrives today, but it's unlikely that he'll have the same sort of public presence that Trump did yesterday, where anything could happen anyway. But it's just it really was remarkable, that scene yesterday, simply by virtue of the fact that it's so rare to see President Trump expose himself to people who disagree with him.
Oh, that's a great point, Philip, that he's rarely in the scenario where he encounters that.
Right. I mean, not only that, but I mean, he very rarely does things besides watch Fox News. He very rarely looks at poll numbers which are negative for him. He has a staff which surrounds him, which is very supportive of him, which hasn't always been the case over his presidency. When he leaves the White House, he generally goes to rallies where he's surrounded by cheering supporters. When he goes to when he went, for example, earlier this month to Wisconsin, he met with people in Wisconsin, but they were all pre-screened. I mean, the only time that he regularly sees people who disagree with him are when he's driving to an event or when he's driving to one of his golf clubs and he sees people on the side of the road, but he sees them for a second as he passes by. So this was a really unusual thing for President Trump to be confronted with a large group of people who, in large part because they were there in Washington, D.C., and in large part, of course, because they were there to pay respects to a former liberal Supreme Court justice, were not happy to see him.
And you point out, Philip, that he watches a lot of Fox News, and that's significant because Fox News is supportive of President Trump's policies and expresses that on air. Let's go now to Rhonda Colvin to talk about who else is going to be in attendance today. Rhonda, the complications of coronavirus, of course, make this a different experience than what it might otherwise be. So we're going to see essentially a select group of members of Congress inside the rotunda. You and I have both covered events where there are members of Congress just packed in. I'm thinking of, the State of the Union, where you've got so many people in the House chamber all crowded together. They need to be mindful of social distancing today. So let's talk about who will be there.
That's right. They're very mindful of social distancing, and it'll probably, if people were tuned in when we covered the John Lewis proceedings, when he was lying in state just back in July, the seats were spread apart. Only a handful of members of the House and as well as the Senate were in attendance. I know Speaker Pelosi will be there in attendance today. From reading the TikTok of what is planned today, she's also going to have a bipartisan group of women from both the House and the Senate to surround her, and they will be taking a picture after the service is over. So this event, I think, is something over on the Hill that they're trying to distance themselves a little bit from the politics that overhang. We know that after tomorrow, we will hear from President Trump on who will be his pick for this seat, and then the politics will be at play in the weeks after. The Judiciary Committee will start up their hearings on this. But today, I think they all want to be a part of memorializing someone that a lot of them say influenced them to follow careers in law or influenced them to, take their seats in Congress. So this is really, it's history making. As we've mentioned before, she is the first woman, but it's also important to note that she's also just the second justice of the Supreme Court to lie in state at the Capitol. That's not something that is usually typical when justices pass away. They usually lie over at the Supreme Court, Great Hall, but not in the halls of Congress. So that's pretty interesting. And also, I heard a historical note this morning that this is the exact day in history when Sandra Day O'Connor was sworn in as the first female justice of the Supreme Court. So it's almost as if today's event is bringing a lot of things for women full circle.
Well, lying in state, Rhonda, something we've been sort of talking about and referring to. I want to be clear about what that is. That's a language that's reserved for those who served in government, and it applies only to the time that their coffin is displayed in the Capitol or in a government building. If the ceremony were outside a Capitol building, it's described as lying in repose, and that's the term we used earlier this week at the Supreme Court. As the casket was outside the Supreme Court, Justice Ginsburg was lying in repose. It's interesting to note that anyone not from government whose remains are put in public view of a government building is said to be lying in honor. And Rhonda Rosa Parks was the first woman to have that honor bestowed, lying in honor. But it is remarkable and telling about our times that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is the first woman, the first Jewish person to lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda. Ann Hornaday, it just shows what barriers she broke. I mean, I think that it's surprising to many women today that she would be the first, but it certainly wouldn't have been surprising to someone who was coming of age in the 50s or 60s or 70s, Anne.
Right. You know, time is a strange thing. And I came of age in the 60s and 70s. And so I was there, you know, to witness that kind of seismic social change that she helped foment and progress. And now I feel that, as is the nature of things, the young women, the millennials who idolize her, who helped make her such a pop culture heroine and, you know, superheroic figure, it's almost inconceivable to them, you know, that we're still saying first woman this and first woman that. So that is, and then of course, we're also in the midst of this backlash. You know, for every forward movement of the kind that Justice Ginsburg advocated and helped solidify, there's going to be a very real backlash. And so that also I think often will come as a shock to a young generation that just feels that progress is ever moving forward. I know I felt that way, you know, back in my 20s and 30s. So this is just the, you know, coincidentally, I happened to interview Gloria Steinem last weekend, and she very helpfully provided me with a wonderful metaphor, which is the spiral rather than the steady line, you know, that this is the nature of history. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg has been there for all those phases.
Well, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was the second woman to serve on the Supreme Court following Sandra Day O'Connor, which of course Rhonda mentioned just a few moments ago. For a time after Justice O'Connor's retirement, Justice Ginsburg was the only woman on the court, and in a 2014 interview with the New Republic, she said those were the worst of times, and that the image to the public entering the courtroom was 8 men of a certain size and then this little woman sitting to the side. That was not a good image for the public to see. Those were the words of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Eventually, of course, she was joined by 2 other women on the court, both nominated by President Barack Obama, Sonia Sotomayor in 2009 and Elaine Kagan in 2010. I mean, Anne, you know, covering the Supreme Court is one of those sort of rare and unique experiences as a reporter. And when I've covered oral arguments, Ruth Bader Ginsburg really was this diminutive figure, and you sometimes couldn't even tell if she was there, depending on where your seat was, and then you'd hear her voice, and she was so authoritative in her questioning of lawyers who would come before the Supreme Court arguing their cases, and she had a very distinct voice, easily distinguishable from others, especially because it was a woman's voice, and it was always an experience to be at the court and hear her sharp questioning, and then if she was delivering a decision or delivering a dissent, hear her words used so carefully and to such effect, Anne.
I can only imagine how thrilling it must have been to be able to witness that in person. I mean, because that the whole sort of ritualized nature of the Supreme Court is so theatrical, you know, with the robes and the pomp and the circumstance and the oratory. And I do think that there is a certain degree of performative, you know, you need to be a performer, or it helps to be a performer. And I think that to the degree that she was, I don't want to say that she was inauthentic, but with her dissent call, you know, with her sartorial flourishes, and like you said, that very considered voice. It was not a loud voice, but it was a voice of authority, commanding authority. Mm-hmm. And I think she was conscious of it, and she wielded it self-consciously in a fascinating way. So you were very, very lucky to have been able to hear that voice in person. It must have just sent a chill up your spine.
Well, let's go back now to Hannah Jewell, who's reporting outside of the U.S. Capitol building this morning. And this week, she's been spending time with people paying their respects to Justice Ginsburg. Hannah.
That's right, Libby. I've been talking to women and some men of all walks of life. I've talked to those millennial women who Ann mentioned earlier really created a pop culture icon out of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Some of whom had young daughters, ages 3, 4, 5, who even one I met had been given the initials RBG in Ruth Bader Ginsburg's honor. There were also older women there who remember personally the time of the 70s when Ruth Bader Ginsburg was heading up the Women's Rights Project at the ACLU and watching that cultural shift, that legal shift happen in real time. There were also both conservatives and liberals who were there to pay their respects to the justice. My colleague Lindsay Sitz spoke to a few of them on Wednesday. Let's take a look.
I'm a progressive and she's a conservative, and we argue all the time, but we love each other, and we learn from each other.
Being a conservative, how can I be here today? Well, how can you not be here today? She stood up for all races, all sexes, all genders, and I mean, she deserves to be an icon. She deserves to be honored.
What we should do now is step outside of ourselves and be willing to have that hard talk so that we can come together, so that we're not so thin-skinned that we can't get past our differences. And we need to stand shoulder to shoulder in earnest to move forward.
So in just a few moments, we're expecting to see Justice Ginsburg's casket make that final journey from the Supreme Court to the Capitol just behind me, marking the end of the official time of public mourning. And now the legislators, the lawmakers, will have their chance to pay their respects. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell. And we did see that public mourning happening this week. There won't be that lying in repose outside of the Capitol. There won't be another opportunity to go and visit the casket in person. But of course, we will bring you live coverage. We see the hearse there making its way towards the Capitol complex. And we'll bring you this morning's congressional ceremony. Rhonda, it's a moment of loss in so many ways, and I love hearing that tape that our colleague Lindsay Sitz gathered, because it shows the breadth and legacy of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, regardless of politics. But this has been a difficult year when you think of loss of liberal icons in this country.
Yeah, that's right, Libby. And the piece that Lindsay and Hannah just showed us, I think, does a great job at showing how people feel at moments like this. And I know I was at the Supreme Court outside yesterday, and I saw exactly the same thing. People of all walks of life just standing there wanting to be near. And I think in the last few months and even in the last year, we've seen a lot of people pass away who are historical figures independently. But they all seem to have a common thread of working for equality. You had John Lewis back in July. Before him, last fall, you had Elijah Cummings, a longtime representative in the House and the leader of the House Oversight Committee. All of these people we're reminded when we watch these proceedings, we're reminded of their legacy and how they work towards social justice, how they had friends across the aisle and of other ideologies. We know that Ruth Bader Ginsburg had a very close relationship with Antonin Scalia. So we're just reminded, and it's probably a really good time to be reminded of people who have had the courage to stand up and stand up for the laws that our country has, and want to bring unity instead of division. So it's been really interesting to cover a lot of these lying in states over the last year.
Ann Hornaday is someone who pays such close attention to the visuals of life. As a movie critic and an observer of our culture, what are you watching today? What are you looking for, and what really resonates?
Well, I think Rhonda put it really beautifully in terms of just what a transcendent figure Ruth Ginsburg was and still is, in terms of being able to kind of unite people. We're really, I think, at a point where institutions are fragile, including possibly the Supreme Court itself. And and the degree to which, I mean, it's almost as if we've gone post-partisan, and now it's whether you're an institutionalist or not. You know, it's whether you literally believe in these institutions and feel that they're in good faith, or if they're some kind of deep state conspiracy. So I feel that I'm going to be looking for some of those markers of institutional stability and civility, comity, you know, all those adjectives we learned in our civics classes way back when that feel more precarious than ever. And I think I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg just personified so many of those principles.
We're watching the arrival of the hearse at the U.S. Capitol complex carrying the body of the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. A moment ago, we saw Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi standing at the top of those steps. Waiting and watching. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. Later on this morning, a congressional ceremony honoring the life and legacy of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and we will bring that to you as it takes place. The public period of mourning, the opportunity to go pay your respects in person, has ended since that was done the last 2 days at the Supreme Court building. Justice Ginsburg will be buried in Arlington National Cemetery next week. That's where her husband is buried. So the hearse has arrived on the East Front Plaza, and after a pause, we'll see the casket enter the Capitol. It will be carried through the rotunda into Statuary Hall, and that ceremony begins at 10 o'clock this morning. The first woman Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, will make introductory remarks, and we'll hear music by a superstar of opera, Denise Graves, and of course, Justice Ginsburg, a great lover of theater and opera. We heard earlier this week in the remembrance by Chief Justice John Roberts that she had hoped to be an opera star someday, but instead turned into a rock star in this country. That's what he called her. We'll hear today Rabbi Lauren Holtzblatt offer a reflection. That's the same rabbi who spoke earlier this week at the Supreme Court on Wednesday and offered prayers. And the ceremony will conclude with another performance by Denise Graves, the opera singer. Rhonda, the family of Justice Ginsburg will be present today, and also, as we've been talking about, so many women lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. They'll be here today, too, to pay their respects and bear witness in this moment.
That's true, and many of them have come out in the last week saying that they were influenced by her. Kamala Harris, senator, who is also the Democratic vice presidential nominee, she actually came to the Supreme Court on Saturday kind of incognito with her husband there, trying to pay her respects while many members of the public were there. I also heard remarks from Joni Ernst, the senator of Iowa, who spoke at a majority Senate Republican press event this week, saying that RBG influenced her. So her legacy really spans our politics, and I think all men and women in the halls of Congress understand that. I think when you look at RBG's history before she was even on the Supreme Court, her legacy in just being a litigator is historical enough. It's almost like the Supreme Court seat was the icing on the cake, but she did so much for men in terms of Social Security benefits for widowers. She did a lot for women with mortgages and being able to get your own credit card. I mean, these things are kitchen table issues, and she was responsible for ushering fairness in.
Philip Bump, opportunities like today, are they a moment to, you certainly can't ignore the politics, but to rise above the politics, to remember the legacy of someone like Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Is it always intertwined at this moment?
Yeah, I think sort of inescapably in this moment. I mean, both what Ann just said and what Rhonda just said. Really, I was thinking that same thing as you were asking your question. Is what does this mean as a ceremony in the United States? And this is traditionally the sort of thing where we see the great institution of the American government come around at this event, and all of the pomp and all the ceremony that we see with this. I mean, very personally, when I saw how they had adorned the dais of the Supreme Court with the black crepe paper and the draping after Justice Ginsburg died, I thought it was very striking. It was a very strong remembrance of how the Supreme Court is a very old institution in the United States, and really served as a reminder of that constancy and that institution. And we don't see at this point in time a sort of rallying around by Americans of this particular moment of the government, this government of and by and for the people. We don't see that sort of response in the way that we might otherwise have. Part of that absolutely is a function of the fact that we're in a very heated presidential race, but part of it too is that, to Ann's point, institutions themselves have been worn down even prior to President Trump, but obviously President Trump is not what one would call an institutionalist, and has very actively sought to cast institutions as being oppositional to the people, which I think is obviously damaging to those institutions. And I think that is why in this moment we don't see the sort of the United States rallying around this as a moment of, okay, this is a change in something which is important to all of us as citizens of the country, and we should stop and have a moment of reflection about it. I think we don't see that in part simply because people just don't feel that way. And again, that predates President Trump, but certainly is accelerated by him and is occurring in a moment when that sort of sentiment that we are all in this together is at a nadir.
I mean, Philip, even as Ruth Bader Ginsburg's dying request to her granddaughter, dictated to her granddaughter and shared with the world, was that she not be replaced in the Supreme Court until after the election. I mean, we saw immediately after her passing was announced on Friday, the leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, talking about replacing her and talking about the efforts within his caucus of Republicans to do so.
Yeah. I mean, surprising no one, right? I mean, Mitch McConnell, Senator Majority Leader Mitch McConnell in 2016 was out front of the idea that one should wait for an election before replacing the Supreme Court justice when Antonin Scalia died February of that year. Now, obviously, we have a much later, much closer to the election death, and McConnell very quickly was like, actually, we're going to go ahead and fill the seat. No one should be surprised by that, given McConnell's approach to politics, and sort of given the moment as well. I think what's striking is we've seen poll after poll that has come out since, which suggests that Americans disagree. Americans do feel like the next president or President Trump, after having received another mandate to serve, that at that point in time, should the Supreme Court justice be appointed, Americans really feel that, including a fifth of Republicans, according to a poll that came out this week. So it's not an uncommon sentiment, but it is the nature of politics that one doesn't have to pay attention to public opinion if one doesn't want to. Senate Majority Leader doesn't want to, and nor does President Trump.
There, please, on my rising.
I'd like to welcome national political reporter Annie Linskey to the conversation. Annie, good morning, and thank you for joining us. We know that Vice President Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, have been seated in the Capitol Rotunda. Of course, the presidential candidate and his wife here to pay their respects. Annie, we think of him as a presidential candidate, but he was also someone who served in Washington, of course, at the White House complex, and also here at this Capitol building for decades, Annie.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, he was the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee for many years and has presided over many Supreme Court confirmation hearings. So you have to imagine that at this moment he has thoughts about who President Trump is going to appoint, but even more so, what the process, how the process will unfold. Process is something that he was really very focused on. He's very much an institutionalist. So I think, those conversations are part of our reporting now, what he is talking about to senators who are going to be, going through those steps in the next few weeks.
Philip, before we let you go, what are your thoughts here as we watch the ceremony this morning, as we prepare to see Congress honor the legacy of Justice Ginsburg?
My first thought in seeing what's going on the ground there outside the Capitol was harkening back to watching Mr. Smith Goes to Washington as a young person, right? And this sense of people going to Washington to make change and serving the people, and really being engaged in the experiment that is American democracy, which I think is something we feel very distant from right now. And there are a lot of reasons why. There are a lot of competing claims on our attention. There are a lot of ways in which we build our own sort of informal institutions with others that agree with us and others who share our thought. And we seem very far from this idea of, the idea that Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Antonin Scalia could sit down and enjoy things together, while being at absolutely the extreme opposite ends of the political spectrum or the ideological spectrum. That seems very foreign, I think, to a lot of Americans at this point in time. I think that this is a moment in which that theory itself is being very fundamentally tested as to whether or not that's something that Americans think is the way that America ought to progress. And I think that this moment of seeing this former Supreme Court justice being honored in this way really accentuates that there is a way in which America has moved forward as a cohesive body for the past 200 plus years. And whether or not that is the way in which America sees itself moving forward is really a question that a lot of Americans, I think, right now are asking themselves.
Philip, thank you. Let's go to Hannah Jewell, who's outside the Capitol where this is all taking place. Hannah, tell us about what you're seeing.
So we just saw the hearse motorcade move all the way around this square I'm standing in from the Supreme Court to the Capitol, where we're waiting her to be taken up those steps. I was sort of struck suddenly, as happens often these days, by how strange this scene would look a year ago. The pallbearers I can see are waiting to take that casket up those steps. They're all wearing masks, looking very formal. And it struck me that it didn't seem weird to me to see that, or indeed to be doing a hit to you wearing a mask. I've noticed also there's a large number of members of the public have gathered, maybe a few dozen, to watch from the other side, hoping to see this last glimpse of this justice who so many people really, you can tell when talking to people who would come to pay their respects, pinned so many of their hopes, I guess, for society on this one tiny woman. One woman I talked to, I asked where she'd come from. She said Illinois. She had driven all the way from Illinois, and I asked her, why did you decide to make this trip? And she just said, for my mother, and then she just burst into tears. And again, in a strange situation for a reporter, we're wearing masks, we're keeping a distance, but witnessing all this grief. She was remembering her mother had been a single mother in the 70s who was able to get credit, get all these things that were litigated by Justice Ginsburg. And so we're expecting to see this ceremony continue. And I'm thinking about all the people I've spoken to this week. Another woman came with a young daughter. She said to me, I can't believe the timing. And she was looking at her 4-year-old daughter and told me she was so worried about the future of Roe versus Wade on a court that may be a 6-3 majority for the conservative majority for a very long time, potentially. So these are things that are a lot of stress of the people who have come here, but also people hoping to witness this historic end to a historic life. Libby?
Hannah Jewell, thank you so much. Let's go back to Annie Linskey, national political reporter who's been covering the presidential campaign. Annie, I'd like for you to talk more to us about Joe Biden and the history he has here with the Senate building and Supreme Court justices, because as you pointed out earlier, as a key member of the Judiciary Committee, he had a big role in questioning people who would someday become Supreme Court justices and sort of vetting, helping to shape the modern court today.
You know, one of the sort of great contradictions about what is happening right now is that's right, Joe Biden has a sort of intimate knowledge of the process for selecting our Supreme Court justice, you know, strong feelings about what a confirmation hearing should and should not include. Um, and yet his campaign has reacted to this moment where many Democrats and activists on the left are crying foul about the process and about the way that Ruth Bader Ginsburg's replacement is being handled. Um, you know, and Biden's campaign is completely, you know, ignoring that controversy on the left and sort of talking almost entirely about issues and what a new Supreme Court would look like. And so I find that to be quite interesting because we know that as a person, Joe Biden just has a lot of deep, you know, opinions about this topic. It's been his life work in many respects, and the moments in which he has sort of been the proudest, and also where he has made some of, you know, his sort of most regretful moments. And when you think back to the sort of the replacement of the Clarence Thomas hearings and how Anita Hill was treated. And so he just has a long arc in this, you know, on this topic and in this area. So you really have to wonder what is going through his head right now, you know, as his campaign, and he stays above the fray and doesn't talk about this, you know, drama that's really unfolding in the Senate right now and in the very committee that he chaired for so many years.
Philip, of course, the modern court is not what Joe Biden would have envisioned because President Trump has been able to appoint 2 other justices, and it looks likely a third, given the politics in play. And so we're seeing a very different court, a very much more conservative court than what an Obama or Biden presidency would like.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that should Joe Biden win in November and become president in January, I think one of the things he's going to have to negotiate is there's going to be a really fervent energy among his base, among Democrats and among Democrats on the left in particular, to try and fight back against some of what the Republican majority has been able to do over the course of the past 4 years. I mean, he's running in the same way that Barack Obama did in 2008, quite frankly, as someone who can sort of unite America and bring people back together. But he's going to have a lot of pressure from his left in particular, but Democrats broadly, to not want to do that, to not sort of reach a hand across the aisle and to make the Democrats be as politically solid, I guess you could say, in the same way that Mitch McConnell and the Senate Republicans have been. Now he's going to face pressure to potentially add additional justices to the court should the Democrats receive a majority in the Senate and the House. He's going to have a lot of pressure to continue to go down this path of the parties fending for themselves and of party bases advocating for that sort of position. And it's going to be interesting, should he win the election, to see whether or not he actually fulfills that, if he goes down that path, or if he actually does what he's arguing he's going to do on the campaign trail, which is instead try and rebuild a united America of the sort that we've seen historically.
Thank you, Phil. We're going to pause now. We see the casket being brought out of the hearse.
Forward. Halt. Mark time. Bears, halt. Ready, step. 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 Forward, march.
You saw Speaker Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader, the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer standing outside the Capitol there along with family members of the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Let's talk about what's coming up. The House Speaker, also the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and congressional leaders will be escorted into Statuary Hall by the U.S. Capitol Police Ceremonial Unit. And after that, the remains of Justice Ginsburg will be escorted in by the Sergeant at Arms. The casket is carried through the rotunda into Statuary Hall, and the Sergeants at Arms will proceed into Statuary Hall to escort the Ginsburg family to their seats while the casket is placed into the center of the room. The U.S. Capitol Police Ceremonial Unit will then take their post around the casket, and we will hear music to signify the start of the ceremony. You can see there the unique seating arrangements in Statuary Hall, given coronavirus and the restrictions, everyone masked, everyone sitting apart. Presidential candidate Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, are present. And you can see there Elizabeth Warren, Senator Warren, one of the many women legislators who's there to pay their respects and witness today's ceremony in person. Andy Linsky, what's on your mind this morning as you watch Congress and these political leaders gather to honor Justice Ginsburg?
Well, I think the concept of these national moments is just such a fleeting and rare thing these days. I mean, to see these senators sitting silently and kind of honoring this moment, I think, is important. And you do, pause to think beyond the partisan, nature of this moment and her role as a kind of liberal icon, and so certainly seeing her casket being so carefully marched up the stairs to the Capitol You know, you can see how she is being honored as an American leader and not just, you know, a liberal icon or a darling of the left, which is sort of how a lot of the kind of outpouring has been seen and where the energy has been. But, you know, watching her casket go into the Capitol, I mean, this is a place where America sort of pauses and mourns its great leaders, whether they are, you know, conservative or liberal, and it is a moment for reflection about the country and what comes next. Also interesting to see somebody like Elizabeth Warren sitting there, you know, getting ready to honor her. Warren is not on the Judiciary Committee, but she, you know, she's a lawyer and she's a law professor and has a long relationship with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So it was interesting, and I'm wondering sort of how how that was decided, who was able to go and who wasn't. So it is a really important moment, and I think I just took time to stop and think about leadership and service.
Rhonda Colvin, you've been in Statuary Hall many times, but these moments are so unique and so somber. We're watching now as we will see the casket of Ruth Bader Ginsburg brought in to Statuary Hall. As the minority leaders of Congress, as the family comes in. We're seeing this passage through the rotunda, which is adjacent to Statuary Hall. The rotunda, of course, where that giant dome is, such a symbolic part of the U.S. Capitol building. And there is the view of Statuary Hall. Rhonda, I have memories, I know you must have so many memories of watching the State of the Union addresses here, as this hall is filled with reporters, and one of the sort of the most dynamic moments is catching a glimpse of the Supreme Court justices as they come through Statuary Hall on their way to the House chamber to hear the President of the United States give his State of the Union address. So this is a hall that Ruth Bader Ginsburg has come through before.
That's right, along with her colleagues on the bench. So, you know, it is very fitting that she is getting this honor, and it's fitting when you look at her legacy to see this type of pause in Statuary Hall. This is something that has sort of put the members of Congress on pause for the politics that are going to be coming up in the next couple of weeks. And, you know, if any indication can be brought from what we saw in the John Lewis service just a few months ago, this could be a very emotional time. A lot of people feel very close to RBG, and a lot of these members of Congress have met her personally. A lot of them have been influenced in their careers by her and her decisions and her attachment to the law. And, you know, it's an important moment that we have these type of pauses, especially as Congress continues to get further polarized and have more contentious moments. I think this pause is certainly reflective of the type of person that RBG was and what she meant to these members of Congress.
Former Vice President Joe Biden, of course, and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden. We also saw Democratic leaders of Congress. The casket of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg carried through the Capitol Rotunda on its way to Statuary Hall. It's being escorted by the U.S. Capitol Police Ceremonial Unit and escorted by the sergeants at arms as they head into Statuary Hall, scene of so many significant moments in the U.S. Capitol. As we were just mentioning, this is the area where members of the Supreme Court pass through as they head to hear the President of the United States deliver the State of the Union address.
There's hope. Center base. March. Ready, base. Forward, march. Forward. 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 March time. Paris, halt. Center, base. Ready, base. Forward, march. Forward. 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 Forward.
We'll be hearing from the rabbi who spoke earlier this week. Rabbi Lauren Holtzblatt will be delivering remarks today. We'll also hear from an opera singer, of course, opera A Passion of the late Justice Ginsburg. She was known to be seen around town in theater and at the Kennedy Center, at small playhouses and at notable national ones. And we'll watch members of Congress pay their respects. Rabbi Lauren Holtzblatt spoke earlier this week and talked about Justice Ginsburg as someone who was able not only to change the world for herself, but also for others. We'll go now live to the ceremony in the Capitol building.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
It is with profound sorrow and deep sympathy to the Ginsburg family that I have the high honor to welcome Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg to lie in state in the Capitol of the United States. She does so on a catafalque built for Abraham Lincoln. May she rest in peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Denise Graves, accompanied by Ms. Laura Ward. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi Lauren Holtzblatt.
Madam Speaker, Vice President Biden, Senator Harris, and to all of our leaders who are gathered today, thank you. Psalms 118, verse 5. Min hametzar karatia anani v'merchavya min hametzar karatia anani v'merchavya tidai 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 From the narrow straits, I call out to you. You, God, answered me with expanse. In the chambers of Justice Ginsburg hangs a framed piece of art that reads, Tzedek, Tzedek, Tirdof. Justice, justice, you must pursue. A command in the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy. The rabbinic tradition assigns meaning to every single word in the Torah. So there must be a reason why tzedek, justice, is written twice. The repetition here teaches Ibn Ezra, a medieval rabbi, that time and time again, all of the days of your life, you must pursue justice. This was how Justice Ginsburg lived her life. Justice did not arrive like a lightning bolt, but rather through dogged persistence. All the days of her life. Real change, she said, enduring change, happens one step at a time. She faced many obstacles in her life, even from a young age. Though chosen as the valedictorian of her high school class, she gave no graduation speech. Instead, she grieved at home with her father after burying her beloved mother one day before graduation. Her family had already suffered terrible loss with the death of her sister when Justice Ginsburg was only 14 months old. But Justice Ginsburg kept rising. A full scholarship to Cornell University and only one of 9 women in her Harvard Law School class. After transferring to Columbia Law School, she graduated first in her class, yet she could not find a job. No firm in New York would hire her because she was a woman. These obstacles didn't deter her. She pressed on. As she said in an interview with her dear friend, Nina Totenberg, and I quote, I get out of law school with top grades. No law firm in the city of New York will hire me. I end up teaching. That gave me time to devote to the movement of evening out the rights, excuse me, of women and men. I was nominated to a vacancy on the DC Circuit. Justice O'Connor once said to me, suppose we had come of age in a time when women lawyers were welcome at the bar. You know what? Today we would have been retired partners from some large law firm. But because the route was not open to us, we had to find another way, and both end up on the United States Supreme Court. All the days of her life, she pursued justice, even in illness. She fought 5 bouts with cancer, and she supported her beloved Marty through his battle with cancer as well. Each time, she pressed forward. She returned to work, to the bench, to the court, with focus, each and every time. Tzedek, tzedek, tirdof. Nothing was given. Pursuing justice took resilience, persistence, a commitment to never stop. As a lawyer, she won equality for women and men, not in one swift victory, but brick by brick, case by case, through meticulous, careful lawyering. She changed the course of American law. And even when her views did not prevail, she still fought. In recent years, Justice Ginsburg became famous for her dissents. Despair was not an option. She said, and I quote, "Dissents speak to a future age. It's not simply to say, my colleagues are wrong and I would do it this way. But the greatest dissents do become court opinions, and gradually, over time, their views become the dominant view, so that the dissenters hope that they are writing not for today, but for tomorrow. Justice Ginsburg's dissents were not cries of defeat. They were blueprints for the future. Justice Ginsburg loved her family, her grandchildren, her dear friends, her colleagues, and her court family. We all send our love to you. And Justice Ginsburg also loved the court, to which she so devoted her life. A court for all of us. It was Justice Ginsburg's tenacious hope to preserve the integrity of the court. Today, she makes history again as the first woman and the first Jewish woman to lie in state. Today, we stand in sorrow, and tomorrow, we, the people, must carry on Justice Ginsburg's legacy. Even as our hearts are breaking, we must rise with her strength and move forward. She was our prophet, our North Star, our strength for so very long. Now she must be permitted to rest after toiling so hard for every single one of us. May the memory of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Yita Rochel Batziro Leah, forever and ever be a blessing. Zichrona Livracha. God, give us the strength and bless us with the courage, the intelligence, the bravery, and the unbreakable resolve to pursue justice. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Denise Graves, accompanied by Miss Laura Ward.
America has grown. Let to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats until escorted to pay your respects by the Sergeants at Arms staff.
Opera singer Denise Graves ending today's ceremony with a performance of the song American Anthem to a national icon. Family members and members of Congress paying their respects to the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg as she lies in the United States Capitol, the first woman, the first Jewish person afforded that honor. This is a Washington Post special report. Thank you for joining us this morning. Justice Ginsburg will be buried in Arlington National Cemetery next week. That's where her husband, Martin, is buried as well. Of course, because of coronavirus precautions being taken, it is a sort of a spare site in the Statuary Hall of the United States Capitol, and there are members of Congress who want to honor Justice Ginsburg but were not able to be inside of this room, and so they'll be coming in over the next couple of hours to pay their respects in groups. Leader Schumer, Speaker Pelosi by the casket of the late Justice. There's Steny Hoyer, a leader among House Democrats, of course, and Senator Kamala Harris, Congressman Steve Scalise, as we see senators including Debbie Stabenow, Elizabeth Warren, Kirsten Gillibrand, Tammy Baldwin. Significant, of course, to see these women lawmakers honoring someone who fought so hard for gender equality in this country. It's Tammy Duckworth, Senator Amy Klobuchar. You also see Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. The members of Congress who were not in here today have gathered in the Rayburn Room in groups, and what they'll do is they'll be escorted from the Rayburn Room by Sergeant-at-Arms staff to come into Statuary Hall to pay their respects. They'll come in groups of about 40 at a time, and of course these small numbers are a precaution, a result of the global pandemic. Senator Dianne Feinstein, key Democratic member of the Judiciary Committee and longtime lawmaker. I'd like to welcome my guests here in this moment. Aaron Blake, senior reporter for The Fix. We're also joined by Amy Joyce, the editor of the Washington Post's On Parenting section, and Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, let's start with you. Such a moving and simple ceremony this morning to honor Justice Ginsburg. And really what's equally poignant is to see these members of Congress taking their moment to pay their respects.
Yeah, it's truly poignant to see quiet times over on the Hill, and this is definitely one of them. And you can sort of see from just looking at their facial expressions, what we can see, all of them are masked, of course, but they do seem to be pausing and understanding who she was as a Supreme Court justice, as well as her history before that with women's rights and gender rights. You know, I was thinking back to the opera singer. It was very fitting to have two selections there from an opera singer. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, enjoyed opera, and even it seemed that the opera songs had a lot of echo and sort of a resounding quality, which I think amplified how beautiful that art form is. Statuary Hall, for those who are not familiar with that part of the Capitol, it's a circular room and it is surrounded by marble columns that are very high, so of course the acoustics there echo. But this felt like it fit her. It was not a lot of members of Congress going to the mic and talking. It was very simple. It was just probably a few more minutes longer than what we saw on Wednesday with the Supreme Court funeral proceedings, memorial proceedings. But I think it really shows how all of these members of Congress, despite party, feel the need to pause politics right now and remember her.
You know, Rhonda, among those who we just saw pay their respects was Congresswoman Donna Shalala, someone who you talked to over the past week about her longtime friendship with Justice Ginsburg, and also a new freshman Congressman, Veronica Escobar. So you see there really spanning the width of time, people who've served in government for a long time, as Donna Shalala did certainly before she joined Congress, even though she is new to this body, and seeing someone who's new to national lawmaking in Veronica Escobar.
That's true. You know, with the lineup here of members of Congress, it was a lot of leadership positions that were represented. You had the minority whip, Scalise. You, of course, had the Speaker and minority leader over in the Senate. Not too many rank and file, but those who are in attendance, I think just like the members of the public who have gathered at the Supreme Court for the last week, people want to be near this moment. And yes, she certainly spanned time, and her role in history certainly influenced those, as we see right now, Joe Biden, who of course proceeded over her confirmation hearing, as well as somebody as new to Congress as Representative Shalala and Representative Escobar. So
I just want to interrupt you a moment. We do see the former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, paying their respects. Even though he's not a member of Congress, he was a longtime senator, of course, and his presence here is significant in so many ways.
That's true, and you almost wonder, even if he wasn't the Democratic nominee this year, he might be at this moment just as a person who was on the Hill for so long and proceeded over her confirmation hearing. So I think it's fitting that he and his wife are there. They were also in attendance at the John Lewis Lying in State Service. So of course his career as well spans many years on the Hill.
The U.S. Capitol has been closed to the public since March as a precaution against COVID. And we are seeing all lawmakers here wearing masks, but Rhonda, of course, not all lawmakers choose to wear masks in the Capitol on a regular basis. And we have seen some members stricken with coronavirus.
Yeah, that's very true. On the House side, Nancy Pelosi has made rules that people in attendance at hearings, members who are at hearings, do wear masks. On the Senate side, the rules are a little different, but yeah, you see the politics of masks throughout the halls of Congress when you are inside.
There is not an opportunity today for the public to visit the casket and pay their respects. That opportunity was earlier this week when Justice Ginsburg was lying in honor outside of the Supreme Court building in that portico of the famous and iconic Supreme Court pillars and those steps, the place that she served for so many years as a Supreme Court justice, but also argued many important cases as a litigator before that body, Justice Ginsburg becoming only the second woman ever to serve on the Supreme Court. Let's go to Amy Joyce. the editor of the Washington Post's On Parenting section. Amy, you wrote just a beautiful piece reflecting on Justice Ginsburg's ability to be a wife, a mother, a lawyer, ultimately a Supreme Court justice, and how she sort of found that one part of her life, her personal life, was able to nourish her professional life.
Yeah, I was sitting there the night she died and thinking, gosh, I actually have something to write here. I have something to say, and that is, she brought out so much that us working parents, not just moms, are feeling, especially right now when there's so much going on with being stuck at home with kids who are learning online. Just when she used to say, one part would nourish the other, one part I needed that time with my children so I could go back and work as hard as I did. And just that thought, that line, I find very empowering as a working mother, as a working parent. So I wanted to write about that. She had a lot of, without probably realizing it, a lot of advice for us working parents throughout the years.
And one key part of her success, Amy, was that she had a co-parent and an equal partner in her spouse, in Martin Ginsburg, who was working with her in partnership to allow her the time and space to pursue a career.
She sure did, and I love hearing the stories about Marty, as she called him, mainly because she accepted that he could be the cook, he could be the one to get the phone call from school, and frankly, not too many couples were doing that when they started having children. So it was just enlightening throughout the years hearing her talk about, well, it's sort of Marty's turn. She famously told the school when they called about her son one time, this child has two parents and it's his turn. Please give him a call. And so I find that really, humorous. And I do think there's a lot more of that these days, a lot more balance between mothers and fathers. But I also think Ruth Bader Ginsburg helped fathers get some empowerment there to be the dads that they wanted, even while they're working. So I find that really interesting. She had that balance at home, and she sort of fought for it and looked for it.
Aaron Blake, what's on your mind as you watch this morning's ceremony?
I think the moment that really stuck out for me was toward the end, the final speaker referencing a time in which Ruth Bader Ginsburg graduated from law school, was top of her class, but because of how women were treated differently in society, was not given the opportunity to go where anybody else in her position would have, which is to one of these top tier law firms. She remarked about how Ginsburg once recalled that had things been different back then, by a couple decades ago, she would have been retired and having been served her whole life in a law firm. But because that door was closed to her, it really opened the gate to a different path to a Supreme Court justice, which is somebody who one, went into teaching, which is something that other nominees have done in the past. Amy Coney Barrett was a former professor before she became a judge. But she also, because she became a teacher, was freed up to also become an activist, a women's rights activist. And it's pretty remarkable to think about a situation in which that barrier wasn't in her face when she graduated from law school all those years ago. Would this have been the same kind of person? Would her career have been nearly as remarkable as it turned out to be, because one avenue was closed and she had to go to another avenue? Would she have gone that avenue that everybody else in her position had generally gone at that time? So I think it really shows the unintended consequences of some of these barriers, some of these gender-based barriers that we've had in society, where because of this restriction, you essentially created somebody who had such a large impact on changing those rules and moving the ball forward. And so I think that's one of the more notable portions of the ceremony that we just saw today.
Aaron, we saw Leader Scalise there, and we know that there were other Republicans who were invited today, especially women Republicans, among them, for example, Liz Cheney. But we did not see Mitch McConnell. We did not see Leader McConnell. We also haven't seen Leader McCarthy, the top Republican in the House.
Yeah, I believe I've seen that Senator McConnell had been on the regrets list as not attending the ceremony. Certainly these kinds of ceremonies generally draw a bipartisan attendance, and we've seen a number of Republican leaders, including Steve Scalise in the House, including, as you mentioned, Liz Cheney, who's the number 3 House Republican. So there is representation there, but I think the fact that these top Republican leaders in both the House and the Senate are not attending is something that's raising eyebrows right now.
Rhonda, that is remarkable that we're not seeing the top Republican in the Senate and the top Republican in the House attend this morning.
That's right. I was thinking that as well when we found that Mitch McConnell would not be there. Lindsey Graham as well, who is going to be overseeing the confirmation hearing as chair of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, was not there. And I think that their absence right now may point to the fact that this confirmation hearing that we're going to go into in the next few weeks is fraught with all sorts of political calculations. And I think everyone is very aware of optics right now on the Hill. Certainly the Republicans received a lot of backlash last week when Mitch McConnell announced that he would be seeking to fill that seat, and he announced that only hours after we learned of her death. So I think they're all being very careful and cautious, and again, I think that their absence suggests that everyone is aware on the Hill of how contentious this battle to fill her seat is going to be.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
Joining me now, Aaron Blake, senior reporter for The Fix, Amy Joyce, editor of the Washington Post's On Parenting, and Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter. Thank you to all of us for being here. Amy, we have seen, despite the partisan, issues this morning and not seeing these two top Republicans attend this morning's ceremony, we have seen displays of bipartisanship. We played some tape earlier that one of our colleagues collected of 2 women who came to pay their respects outside the court this week. One liberal, one conservative, but saying that Justice Ginsburg's legacy rises above that because of all the work that she did for gender equality over decades of work. Amy?
Right, I'm seeing that as well, even on a personal level, maybe even among our own families. I think, Ruth Bader Ginsburg did so much for so many, whether you're conservative or not, just, working with Rehnquist, working with the other justices. Look at the relationships she had with them. She made it work. They respected her. And that is definitely the case with so many women across the board, no matter where they stand on the politics, especially, women of her generation. She had such an impact on their lives, and they watched her, and she was such a role model. It was brought up to me that people I know who were standing in line to pay her their respects yesterday, her casket looked so tiny compared to the court there, but she just sort of stood so steady and just fought her fight, and very steadily, just with so much respect, I think. So I think women on both sides of the political aisle really looked to her as just someone who stood up for people's rights in general.
Amy, we will see this partisan fight unfold, but you point out that this time when we're all looking for sort of inspiration and role models, it really is important to look back and see the unique partnership that Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her husband Marty Ginsburg had, and how it affects so many Americans' lives. And you see the impact of her legacy on a micro level and how she lived her own life, and then in this macro level. And it harkens back to something that Rabbi Holtzblatt said earlier this week at the Supreme Court ceremony, that Justice Ginsburg was able to see past all of these roadblocks in her way to find a path forward for herself, but also she found that path forward for other people. She lifted other people up with her, and the rabbi talked about that as sort of being a rare prophet. Can you talk to us about the parallels between Justice Ginsburg's life and also the work that she was able to do for other people?
Well, just look at her legacy. What an easy, perfect example to teach our children that, you can set differences aside and work with people to get your what you believe to be right across. One of her famous cases wasn't about getting women more power, but she fought for a man whose wife had died and he wanted to be a stay-at-home father and be the full-time caretaker for his child. And so she fought for his rights, for men's rights as well. And, that's pretty interesting. And coming from the background that she came from, she was just so strong. Her mother died when she was young, and then Marty had cancer. And so she was helping him while trying to get through law school and, having children. It's just what a role model, not just for us, but for our children as well, to point that out to them. But just that she could, cross the aisle and talk to people and have that conversation. It's tough for our children to see today sort of how our conversations are going between conservatives and liberals. And, she just sort of made it work. She just kind of kept at it and people listened.
Aaron Blake, that bipartisan spirit and that ability to sort of see beyond and talk beyond divisions of philosophy or belief or politics is not likely to be on display in the next couple of weeks, especially here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, so starting tomorrow, the president is set to announce his nominee to replace Justice Ginsburg. Of course, the decision by Republicans to press forward with a nominee so close to a presidential election in many ways contradicts what they did back in 2016 when Justice Scalia died in February of the election year, and they decided to block any pick that Barack Obama would make. That pick wound up being Merrick Garland. There were no hearings. There obviously was not a vote to follow that. This is a significant moment, and of course today is about Justice Ginsburg, but in light of her record of being this fierce liberal on the Supreme Court, we're talking about a situation right now in which Republicans appear to have the votes to move the court in a more conservative direction than it has been in many decades. We would have effectively 6 conservative Supreme Court justices to 3 on the liberal side. And that significant shift in power, of course, is a big reason why Republicans are pressing forward, despite what they said in 2016. The question now is, of course, who gets nominated? Will the president go with somebody who's very conservative? Is there any concern about them being confirmed? Of course, Republicans have a 53 vote majority. They can lose 4 votes and have Vice President Pence break the tie. If they have to wait until the lame duck session, they could have a slightly smaller majority because of some of the machinations of these elections. And also, if they move to the lame duck, they have a shorter time period in which they could run out of time if Democrats win the Senate. So right now, the decision is about when to hold these confirmation hearings, whether to make them an issue in the election, whether to try and make that an issue that people vote on, knowing what lies ahead. There are a lot of ins and outs right now, but for now, the big question is who gets nominated and how much they appeal to some of these Republican senators, particularly Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, who have been skeptical of the mere fact that Republicans are moving forward in light of what they said should be done in 2016.
We're looking at live images outside the U.S. Capitol building. You can see the flag there flying at half-staff in honor of Justice Ginsburg. We aren't seeing inside Statuary Hall right now because the architect of the Capitol is resetting the room so members of Congress can continue to come in and pay their respects. And because of the restrictions, because of coronavirus, members of Congress will come in groups of about 40 to pay their respects, to have their moment by the casket and honor Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They've been sort of in holding in the Rayburn Room, preparing for their opportunity to say goodbye to the justice. And then a reminder that she will be buried next week in a private ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. Rhonda Colvin, it is impossible to sort of untwine the politics of this moment from the loss of Justice Ginsburg, in part because Leader McConnell chose to make the announcement on Friday night that Republicans would push forward and attempt to replace her on the court before the election, and they would go forward with a nomination and a confirmation process as they are able to. So where does your attention turn now as a Capitol Hill reporter?
My attention turns to those confirmation hearings. What we've heard so far is that Senator Lindsey Graham is thinking about starting them up on October 12th. He has not announced that formally, but that is something through our reporting at the Post that we've heard people close to his thinking think that that is the week that he will start that up. So that's really only, a few weeks before the election. And this feels a little expedited. We know that it takes at least like 70 days on average to confirm a Supreme Court justice. We've had some in history that took a little longer. Brett Kavanaugh, of course, Clarence Thomas took a fair amount of time. But this is just days and weeks before the election that this process is supposed to play out. And we don't yet know if Mitch McConnell will set up a vote, as Aaron did discuss before the election. But this does seem like a rapid-paced confirmation hearing historically, and that's what I'm waiting for to see. That committee, the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, politics are definitely going to be at play. You have Lindsey Graham, who's in a very, very tight race. I believe it's one of the tightest he has had in his political career to keep his seat in South Carolina. You have a few other members on Judiciary, Joni Ernst, who is in a tight race there in Iowa for her Senate seat. Kamala Harris is on the Judiciary Committee, and she is the Democratic nominee for Vice President. So there's a lot of careful political calculations that I'll be looking for and seeing how this all plays out.
Rhonda, as we're seeing again the casket of Justice Ginsburg lying on the Lincoln catafalque, a reminder that that is the platform that the body of Abraham Lincoln sat on after he was killed. And in this statuary hall, surrounded by the statues that are chosen by states, so many of those statues, Rhonda, although times are changing slowly, so many of those statues of white men in those states, so significant today that Justice Ginsburg is the first woman and the first Jewish person ever to lie in state in the United States Capitol, Rhonda.
That's right, and as we discussed in our pre-show today, she's also just the second justice in U.S. history to get this honor as well. The first one was President Taft, and he also served as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and he got this honor as well, but that's likely because he was president. So this is a lot of history taking place, and as mentioned too earlier in our pre-show program, I pointed out that today is the exact day that Sandra Day O'Connor was sworn in as the first female justice of the Supreme Court, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, of course, is the second. So there's a lot of history. It seems like it makes sense that she is right there in the center among all of those statues who have some historical importance to their state. And also, it's important to note, too, that in her native New York, Andrew Cuomo has commissioned a panel to come up with a statue to place in Brooklyn. So she will, at least in her hometown, will have a statue soon, because that is what she meant to New Yorkers and Brooklyn as well. So she's certainly a historic figure. This honor, it makes a lot of sense on many different levels for her to be right there right now.
Rosa Parks, the only other woman to be honored in the Capitol building, but we don't call it lying in state because she was not someone who held public office. Rather, that's lying in honor, but still only two women ever to have any sort of remembrance like this. You're seeing other members of Congress come in. They're coming in sort of batches to pay their respects. Amy Joyce, one fascinating and revealing moment of this is to see how everyone chooses to pay their respects. You see people of all different religions and all different backgrounds representing their districts and their states, showing how they pay respects in such unique ways. You may have noticed a little while ago, one man dropped to the floor and did push-ups, and we have learned that that is Ruth Bader Ginsburg's personal trainer. If you saw that and were wondering, what is that guy doing? That was his personal trainer. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, of course, someone who known for trying to stay fit and working so hard to stay healthy. deep into her 80s. Brian Johnson was the gentleman who was the trainer of Justice Ginsburg. Amy, I do love seeing how everyone chooses to pay their respects, because it does show how Congress is evolving and changing and becoming sort of more multicultural and diverse.
It's a pretty beautiful thing. And again, like I said earlier, this is an amazing lesson for our kids to see and experience. I mean, they are living through a very historic time for so many reasons, but seeing what's happening now with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and, you know, watching who is paying respect, and boy, that push-up was pretty touching, wasn't it? Just it's a wonderful lesson for our children to see, and I love that so many parents are taking advantage of it and having their kids watch this, whether they're learning from home today or in school, but they will have them come and watch this after. I'm hearing from a lot of parents who are stopping the day and having their children watch this or experience this, and I heard from a lot of parents who took their kids to the court to pay their respects and just sort of see who is there, and just not just focus on Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but focus on the community around her, who are also there. It's just been an amazing moment in time to hear what our kids are experiencing and what the parents of the world today are doing for them to educate their children about what's going on around them. It's quite a time.
And we saw a lot of women lawmakers gather just a moment ago to come into Statuary Hall, and you know, we've all been talking about and hearing about how Ruth Bader Ginsburg did work to ensure some basic rights for women, including being able to sign for your own credit card and to really sort of be more of an autonomous individual. Amy Joyce, as a parent, I know and you know there are a lot of books that teach kids about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Maybe not a lot, but there are some that are often given as gifts, and there are lessons that children are directly getting about her as a trailblazer and someone who broke a lot of barriers herself.
There sure are, and there's one in particular that I read to my kids. I think I got as a gift, or I might have gotten for them, but I have two boys, and they loved listening to the storybook I Dissent about the life of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I recall the first time I read it, my younger son, I closed the book and I said, well, that's, you know, the story of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and time to go to bed. And he yelled, I dissent. And so it's so interesting for our kids to listen to these stories. They couldn't believe what she had gone through to get to where she is. And it's just, again, such a role model, not just for our girls, but for our boys as well. I took my older son to see a movie about her, and it was all neighborhood girls and my son watching it, but it's such a lesson for our kids, both boys and girls, to see both what a person like Marty would do and what Ruth could do, what Ruth Bader Ginsburg could do as a mother, as a worker, as just plowing through law school and everything that she did. It's just pretty amazing. There's so many resources out there for our kids to sort of experience or understand what she went through, what her family went through, and what she has done for us.
Amy Joyce, thank you so much. I'd also like to thank our other guests today, Aaron Blake and Rhonda Colvin. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Rhonda, for being with us throughout this morning. And thank you for joining us today for this special report of this memorial ceremony honoring Justice Ginsburg. Her body will lie in state in the nation's capital until 12:30 today for members of Congress to pay their respects. And next week, there'll be a private burial at Arlington National Cemetery, where her husband, Martin Ginsburg, an Army veteran and lawyer, is buried. We're so grateful that you could join us today for this historic moment. Please take the time to subscribe to the Washington Post, whether you're watching on our homepage or on YouTube. It supports our journalism, and it helps us notify you about breaking news during this momentous and tumultuous election season. Thank you for joining us. I'm Libby Casey. Have a good day.
I don't think it ever gets easier. Yes. So we're filling in this, basically these first toe lines. And then we'll fill in the sides as we need. Are there any? It's all centered on the side.
Now you come visit.
How much I put them on?
Breakfast last time. Was it Cousins?
Cousin subs?
What?
Subs? Like a...
No, I always think of Cousins. It's the breakfast place that has the grits and the big Danish.
Shit, I don't know what that is.
I always say Cousins, but it's not Cousins. You're on the program, right? If I go inside, the speaker. What?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
And we'll line you up. We'll start everyone up here, please.
What's the name of the restaurant?
If you want to ask the clerk to come over here to me, so we'll just start you here, and then we'll start coming back down to those.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got a few toe marks over here.
Thank you so much. Okay, perfect.
Ted.
Okay. So that's what I'm thinking. We'll all set
How's your state doing? The governor's just announced a wide Is this like kill all the old people in your state? We've got pretty much.
Listen, Deb, we gotta get you out there. I know, I do. Come on now. I know you have the skills. And you, we can do that. Okay. I don't think they let us. Maggie, come on. Actually, my shoulders are better. Really? Yeah. Okay. No, I think they have someone. Go I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. They need you in your spot, young lady. That's right. Follow the rules. I decided for RBG. I got it. Keep our cell phone.
Everybody just to be in place. Bringing the family out of just a moment. And we would have
Howard, it's John Hopkinson. It looks like the men members of Congress are just walking out of here instead.
You all right? Okay, we're doing the best we can. COVID okay? Yeah, COVID safe.
Stand by, Jim. Okay, Howard, yeah, it's gonna come out any second. Justice's family has just walked out.
Mark time. Pairs, halt. Ready, step. 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 Forward, march.
John.